Good morning, good morning. We got audio. I think we are live. Looks like we are live. Well, we've already had a hell of a morning with CPI news. I got a couple trades in here. One winner, one loser. Patrick, yeah, I could be done for the day. Here, let me walk through my trade really quick. So I knew CPI was coming up. Usually, I know that the Cumulative Delta is leading as far as news events go. So if you get a signal right before news, it's usually it usually goes in that direction. But it also loves to do liquidity sweeps first. So in this particular case, I was looking on the higher time frames. I knew that we were very bullish across the board, and we had this tick down here, but we had this rising delta, which still looked pretty strong. And at 728, we ticked up right there. And so after I saw it tick up, I thought, okay, well, I was getting ready to put in a limit order. And then at 729, it pushed all the way up here. And so when I saw it push up to this 21,051 level, I put my order underneath this swing low, because I know that usually on CPI and big news events like that, it loves to push it back down, take out the stops, and then go. So I widened my stop. Usually I use a 80 tick stop. In this case, I used 160 ticks. And I just had a 500 tick take profit, but obviously I could have got a hell of a lot more if I wouldn't have put a take profit on there. But anyway, 500 ticks, I'm happy with that. And then on this one, I ended up taking this higher low long. That was right before it started chopping here on the delta. And then it ticked down from the red zone when I was underwater, so I pulled the plug there. Lost about 7 points on that one. So, and now we're sitting here right above the anchored VWAP, which is at 245.75. Starting to flash a higher low here, but Delta's also crossing under that confirmation line. So I'm just going to wait here. I think we're probably going to at least tap into the anchored VWAP. The standard VWAP is all the way down here at 21,105. So I think that's it for the news events today. Let's go ahead and check that out quick. Not the playbook. The news. Crude oil inventories at 9:30 is the next one. But it's a medium impact event, so nothing. There's unemployment, but that's for Australia, looks like, so that's not going to do too much to the market. And then tomorrow, we have core retail sales and unemployment at 7:30. So tomorrow could be a decent day for news as well. All right, pushing back down here to the anchored VWAP. We'll see if that can push it back up. This green line here is the average daily range, so we've already taken that out. So yeah, this could be one of those days where I might be better off just walking away at this point. Because if we come back down and we kind of get stuck in here, this could get messy. Could get kind of choppy. So I'll just take it easy from this point. Delta crossed the confirmation line, yep. So I will be looking for a potential short opportunity. All depends on what the delta is doing. Yeah, I agree with you, Patrick. All right, we did touch that anchored VWAP. We are putting in a higher low. So I think I'm still going to go ahead and give this a shot for a long. Since the delta is still pretty darn thin, we did cross under. If I wanted to really play it safe, I would just wait for the delta to get back above the confirmation line. But usually this, if you have a smaller take profit, such as 125 ticks, you can usually find a winner in there still. But we lost our higher low tick up, so that is not official. Pushing back to the anchored VWAP. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna set a static TP at 125 ticks, and even if it's kind of chopping, we should be able to get some winners with that. All right, it's ticking up from that lower power zone. It's not a high or low, but it is the second tick up down there. Delta is still very thin, so we could push back to the upside here. That anchored VWAP on moves like this is usually pretty good. So the fact that we touched it, there we go. I am long from here. The fact that we touched it gives me a little bit more confidence. Just going for 125 ticks on this one. Delta starting to flash positive. It's a good sign. Now she's trying to push back down. Here's our 825 candle, which usually jostles a little bit. Hopefully to the upside. There we go. Now we're pushing. Kind of push back down now. Now that we retested the 8 there, I'm going to move my stop to break even. Got the market open here in 3 minutes, so it might want to do another liquidity sweep there. I'd rather get stopped out at break even. Got about 2 minutes here. Looks like it wants to take me out. And I stopped out at break even. First break even of the day. Couldn't quite get my 125 ticks on that one. Got over halfway there. Oh, I forgot to share the stream in the group. Let me do that quick. All right. Got the open here in about 8 seconds. And we are open. And we are pushing down. Back to that average daily range line. We got previous day high down here at 21,144. Now we're sitting underneath the anchored VWAP. That's the orange line. Starting to put in our first higher low. I think I'm going to go ahead and take this one. Delta is tapering, and it is positive there. All right, I am long. From 260 to 250. Only looking for 125 ticks. It's having a little bit of trouble moving up there. We got the signal near the upper power zone, so if we get a tick down up here, I'm gonna pull the plug. And we are ticking down, and it just took me out. Well, this trend so far has not been my friend. Also got that little sneaky broadening formation here. Those can always be tricky. Marcus Knight, what was CPI? I don't know. I don't really look at the numbers. I just play the reaction. John, or K. John, good morning. This right here, I should have flipped short there. That's like my that's my favorite setup right here. And I didn't do it because I was long, but so we got the cross. We got the signal to pull down here, back up here, tick down. That is a short. So right when I got stopped out, I should have flipped right there. We are also printing a little bit of a delta squeeze on the 5-minute, which looks like it might be official here in 2 minutes. Still bullish on the hourly and the 15. As far as fib extensions go, we got the golden pocket 618 down here at 21,100, looks like. Wouldn't be surprised if we make it down that way. I do need to point out all of this nasty chop, though. You know, we said it was going to be choppy after that move. And it has been chopped. Let's see if I would have got 125 ticks on that tick down there. Oh, yeah. Easily. I should have flipped that one short. Broadening formation still playing out. So we're at the top of this broadening formation. The signal is in the upper power zone. The delta is still under the confirmation line. So as long as the delta stays under the confirmation line, if we get a tick down in this upper power zone, I'm going to take that short. Looks like that delta squeeze in the 5-minute pulled out of it, so that was never official. Bitcoin making its move here. Looks like it jumped 2 to 3% after CPI. We did put in a tick down, but delta was crossing confirmation line, so now that setup is invalid. For a short, that is. Like we're trying to take out that high that we made earlier. And there we go. We took it out. I was thinking about taking this tick up above the rising delta here, but it's in that upper power zone, and usually when I do that it doesn't work out, but I was trying to see if maybe 125 ticks would be a good target for that. Looks like it actually would have hit there at the end of that wick. But I felt like I'm probably better safe than sorry. Still pushing up pretty strong. This is the 4 hour. You look at these tick downs from that upper power zone in the 4 hour when the confirmation line had that negative slope. It's a great short right here. Another one right here. But at this point, we are actually putting in like a delta squeeze on the 4 hour. So we could rock it all the way back up here. I don't think we'll do that today, but maybe. That's a long way to go. This last tick up from the green zone would have been a good long too. There's like no drawdown in that one at all. From 839. Well, now that we stopped out all the shorts, what is it going to do? Is this a liquidity sweep or are we going to go higher? Our 4 times ATR sitting at a 86 right now. It's pretty high. Delta is starting to turn negative, and it is starting to round over. Again, that 8 SMA would have been a good short entry right there after that Delta cross. Schroden, what informed your 125 ticks target? A function of the ATR, I imagine. I've experimented with trying to use the ATR to do more of like a dynamic take profit. And I can't say that the 125 ticks really came from that, though. That's just a number that I found in backtesting that seems to work a lot. It's kind of a relatively conservative number. A lot of times it'll hit it. And a lot of times it's on the end of a wick. So, and then other times it just flies right past it, and then I kick myself for having a static TP in there. So I don't know. It just mainly came out of backtesting. So I just found that that typically works well. Now, obviously, that's going to be different on different instruments. You know, like on gold, if you did that, it'd be way different. Speaking of gold, so if we go over to gold, you see the 4 times ATR number, it's only a 7. So it's like, it's totally different. You can't do 125 ticks on gold. I mean, you could, but it's not the same thing. It's like here, you know, maybe like 7 or 8 points might be more like it. So, you know, like 70 ticks, something like that. Speaking of, I want to see if this 8 SMA would have hit 125. Yes, it would have. See that? It's just kind of a conservative number. Even when you're going against the trend, a lot of times you can get winners with that. You know, one thing you might be able to do with that is just take a look at your, well, look at the trend and then measure like your typical pullback within the current trend. So like if I measured from this candle body consolidation up here, so like not way up there at the wick, but like the candle body consolidation, call that the start, and then pull down to the low wick. In this case, that's 169 ticks. So maybe you do like 70% of that or something, and so you should be able to catch that both directions. In this particular case here, use the candle body consolidation as your start. The low wick is 184 ticks. So 184 times 0.7 equals 128 ticks. Just put in a high or low in that red zone. Delta is just kind of flat up there. I'm guessing we're probably going to be going into an extended trend here. So the delta is just ever so slightly curling back up. It's getting a little stronger. 5-minute delta still looking fairly strong. Strong across the board. Patrick, you're shorting this tick down? From 904, I assume. Could potentially get 125 ticks on it. It is dangerous to short in an extended or sustained uptrend, though. Now you're getting a little bit of a push down. Delta is relatively weak. There's not really much thickness to it, but it's flat. There's no slope to it either. Now it's starting to get some strength back into it. I was going to go long on this one, but I don't like buying big candles. So I'm going to split the difference and put in a limit order. just got picked up for a long at 371. Delta is looking pretty weak, though. It's starting to print a little bit of a delta squeeze there. So hopefully it can pull out of this. It's looking better. Don't really like the way that looks, though. All right. I just had to pull it because we put in a delta squeeze. So that was a 3 3/4 point loss. It's funny, we've been moving up, and 1, 2, 3, 4. The last 4 trades I took were longs. And they were all either losers or break evens. Good morning, Stealth. See, we ticked down. The delta was, it has a little bit of a negative slope to it, and it turned negative right there. So this could still end up pushing up, but I don't want to be in the trade when it's looking like that. I mean, that's a short setup if we're not in a sustained uptrend. We are in a sustained uptrend, I think. So I'm not shorting it. But I would rather wait for a better setup here. So far, it looks like it's holding, though. We did put in another higher low right after that. Putting in our second lower high It looks kind of like that could be a short there. Schroden, looks like it's time to practice that patience thing I keep hearing about. Patience is key, for sure. See how we're just we're moving up, but we're chopping the 8 as we're moving up. That's a market condition I don't really like. It's no fun. It's a lot more fun when it stays on one side of the 8. We do have our chop boxes on the screen, so ever since that move, it's been fairly choppy. We talked about how that was a good possibility that it was going to do that. But it's only 9:16 a.m., so there's still a lot of time in the day for this chop to kind of work itself out. Hopefully we start putting in some decent swings here pretty soon. Yeah, the price action's crap. Yeah, I'm kind of on that side of the fence, Schroden. I think it's going to melt up. When it's in these extended kind of grindy trends, that's my least favorite market condition. Trend traders will love that, but not me. Looks like that 20 has been holding pretty good here. If you're trading the 20, there's an entry around 855. Another here at 915. I'm curious, though, if these higher lows, we could have got 125 ticks on these. Let's see. So here's a higher low. And if you ignored that tick down, you would have got one here. So let's assume that you ignored that. Okay, then we get another higher low right here. Let's see if that one would have hit. And again, if you ignored the tick down, you would have got it on the end of that wick there. Still not ideal, though. I really don't like that kind of price action. Yeah, Schroden, I would not be going short on any of this. I would agree with you. But it is frustrating how even the longs are getting stopped out. At least mine. You know what does seem to work in these grindy trends, though? Are the candle body consolidations. So, like, you got one here. Now, I never made it down to that one. But you got one here. And it did wick down right there. You got one here. And it did wick into that. And now we got one here. We have not wicked into this one yet. So those are typically really good entries, you know, if you enter on the tops of these. It's like there's an entry there. Obviously, this is not in the Cumulative Delta playbook, but in these grindy trends, sometimes I'll trade this way. Just because, you know, if you're waiting for a tick up, like the tick up might get you in like way the hell up there. And really, you want to be in lower, especially if it's this kind of grindy, consolidated type upward trend. So in other words, you could try to enter long here at 377.75. As long as that delta stays in that upper power zone. Speaking of, I think I'm going to try to do that. Now, obviously, that doesn't last forever. So you can do it until you can't do it anymore. You do want it to be a wick, though. So when I do that, if it closes under my entry, I just pull the plug. Small loss, usually. And I just got tagged in there. So I'm going to move my stop to break even. I'm in at 21,377.75. And that is how I prefer an entry to be, on the end of a wick. No drawdown. Hopefully we can take out that high. Put some points on the board. Market does feel kind of heavy though. It's like we're grinding up, but it's like we're kind of forcing it up here. A lot of times when the market feels heavy like that and we just kind of keep grinding, eventually it'll put in a giant God candle to the downside. So always be ready for that. Like I said, I do have my stop at break even because once it tests that order block, I really don't want it to go back down there again. If it does, I'm not interested in the trade anymore. That delta's negative and starting to turn down, so I wouldn't be surprised if I get taken out here. Schroed in the anchored VWAP from the New York session, swing low might be a good pullback target. From the New York session, swing low. You mean this swing low right here? I had 838. Yeah, okay. Let me throw another anchored VWAP on there. See if it lines up with my other one. My the one I have anchored to the 7 a.m. candle is down here at 294.50. The one you're referring to is right on this broadening formation line, 335.50. BTC still running? Yeah, almost 100K. BTC's pushing. And look at that, right on schedule with the full moon. See that? Still amazes me how the moon phases affect the market. Or it might just appear that way, but full moon, boom, she heads up. Waning moon, or whatever they call that, this one. We headed up, but it fizzled out. We headed back lower. Now we're heading up again. Looks like XRP is still looking good. That trades up about 26%. My injective is up about almost 17%. Yeah, crypto's looking pretty good right now. NQ. Not sure what to think about NQ right now. It's just kind of sideways chop. We are putting in a little bit of a delta squeeze to the downside. I'm still going to hold on to this though, and I don't know. Do I pull it, take a small profit? I probably should. All right, I'm out. I just took a small profit there on that delta squeeze. Got 6 1/4 points out of it. It just couldn't make it up to that high. You're liking that 3-minute, huh? Yeah, the 3-minute can be good. Instead of adding more charts, I just like flipping around back and forth. But it does act as a filter. It smooths it out a little bit. I do like the 3. I just like the 1 more. I feel like there's more opportunity there, but there's also more opportunity to get chopped up. So there's a trade-off. Speaking of the 3, we did put in a tick down under the delta. Delta was not really rolling over at that point. It is a little bit now. It's not negative yet, but it's getting really thin. Pencil point thin. Still feels really heavy. Still not ready to short this though. I'd be more interested in shorting if the 5-minute would fall in line. The 5-minute's still pretty bullish. See if we go down and touch this anchored VWAP of Schrodin's. I do like the anchored VWAP. You know, it's typically really good from important news events as well. Curious if I anchor another one to the actual news. Let's see where that one goes. Yeah, it's really close to the 7 a.m. candle. Get rid of that one. Well, we got Delta headed down now under the confirmation line. It's no longer in that upper power zone. So if we could keep it under and get the signal to come back up here and tick down, at that point I will go short. I'll be right back, guys. It's like we got a little bit more chop in there. And that delta is just, it's kind of nasty today. I guess to be expected after that kind of a move. Hey, you guys notice my my shirt? Muskie Shop. Anybody ever been here? In Minocqua, Wisconsin? Any fishermen on the chat? It's Raleigh and Helen's Muskie Shop. It is the biggest muskie shop in the world, I think. It's kind of a cool place. If you like muskie fishing, it's a popular thing to do in northern Wisconsin and in Minnesota. Okay, John, you fish? What do you fish for? Did you say you were from Texas? I thought some of you guys were from Texas. I don't know if they have muskie down in Texas. I don't think they do. I use saltwater fish. See, I don't know anything about saltwater fishing. I've been marlin fishing before in Hawaii. But other than that, I have not done a whole lot of saltwater fishing. Raphael, Houston. Up here, it's mostly, you got your panfish, your crappies, your bluegills, your sunnies. You got your largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, and but the king up here, well, depends on who you talk to, but walleye fishing is that's really popular up here in Minnesota. Walleyes are really good to eat. Muskies, you can't really eat those. So, people who go muskie fishing usually just do it for the sport. But the walleyes, those are really good to eat. They don't get as big as the muskies. So the muskies are kind of the kings of the water up here. Schroeder, was that uptick just at the edge of power zone a long setup or not really because cumulative delta is so thin? The reason why I wasn't interested in that is because this delta has a fairly aggressive slope as it crossed under the confirmation line. So I'm more looking for a short. I could have taken this one right here, but ideally I wanted to see the signal not only come here, but I wanted it to come closer up here and tick down. If I see that, and if the delta is still weak, I would short it. But it looks like this tick down right here still would have been a decent short, because see how weak the delta is? So I would not go long there. Okay, John, I'm from the bayous, Louisiana. Started freshwater fishing bass, crappie. Down in Florida, they are called specks. Really? You mean the crappie and the bass are called specks? Or just the crappies? J-Wash fishes for tendies. Tenderloins? Filet mignons. Just the crappie, huh? Okay. I've never heard that. See, I don't know anything about saltwater fishing. That delta's getting heavier. Looks like it's starting to eyeball that anchored VWAP. See if it has any sort of reaction there. We got the signal down in that lower power zone. So, and we just kissed that anchored VWAP. So if we're going to remain bullish, the bull's got to step it up here. We are getting a positive reaction off that anchored VWAP, so maybe they can turn it around. Market still looks very heavy, though. We got the 5-minute delta starting to turn down as well. Brian Hawkins, I think this next hour will bring expansion based on the tight volume range last hour. Okay. Well, hope so. Hopefully it gives us an opportunity to get in there. Good idea, Schroden. I would probably keep small targets at this point. Starting to put in a tick up from that power zone. It's a potential long, but I think I'm going to go for a long on the 8 on this one instead of buying that giant candle. Still looking for shorts though, just so you know. Only reason why I'm taking this is because we got that positive anchored VWAP reaction, and we ticked up from that lower power zone, and the delta tapered to a fine point right there. And I just got tagged in. I'm in at 359.50. I target the high on this one. Still keeping my eyes open for a short though, just so you know, because the delta is under the confirmation line. So if we get a short set up, I'm going to end up flipping. As long as that delta remains weak, I'll give the bulls a chance to pull out of it here. Delta's still looking pretty weak. I'm going to move my stop to break even. Almost got me there. And it got me. Another break even of the day. And again, I was keeping a short leash on that because the delta's so weak. We're under the confirmation line. I'm looking for shorts. This actually might be a short setup. It didn't quite make it to that red zone. I think I actually might try a short here. All right, I'm short. We put in a lower high on the signal. The delta is still falling. I'm only going for 125 ticks on this. See if we bust through that anchored VWAP. Let's go ahead and move my stop to break even. And actually, I'm going to target this this pivot line here at 316.25. And we are getting a strong reaction now. Almost hit my TP. Oh, man. All right. I'm just going to pull it. Okay. I think I got like maybe 2 points on that one. So I'm not even going to put that one on the board. I was so close. I would have been better off just sticking with my 125 ticks. Oh, yeah. That would have been perfect had I done that. So let's see. What did I actually get on that one? Looks like 1 3/4. I'll go ahead and add it, I guess. So would you call that a break even or a winner? I mean, technically it was a winner, so I guess I'll just call it what it is. That was a very strong reaction we got there for some reason. Oh, that was the 10 o'clock candle. That's what that was. Jason Richardson, good morning. Yes, you're late to the party. It's been, it started out as a party, and then the party got kind of boring. It's just been very grindy, choppy. I don't really know how to explain that. Here we had a broad information at the open, which was kind of hard to trade. And we had a decent move up, but no real opportunity to get in. Unless you took this it's not technically a high or low, but tick up from the green zone. That would have been a good long entry with almost no drawdown. I did not take that because the delta was under the confirmation line, so I was at that point still looking for shorts. And we're kind of in that boat right now. I'm looking for shorts. Unless the delta can start curling back up and get back above the confirmation line. We do have a little bit of a trend line here to get through. So maybe that is a sign I need to just stick with my 125 ticks. That would have been a good winner there. Yeah, Jay Waz, I would agree. And you know, that typically happens when you got a big news event. I'd say more often than not, it just kind of fizzles out. A lot of times it'll go the other way after a while. So it'll flatten out, get really choppy, and then go the other way. Probably because all the professionals, the big guys, they all made their money on the initial move and they're done for the day. So there's no one left playing the game here. Excuse me. And for that reason, I typically, like if I do pretty good early in the day, I'll typically size down. Because then if I end up losing a bunch in chop, I don't necessarily have to give it all back. We got more chop on the delta. We break this trend line, though, I'm expecting to take out the high. Delta still weak. We are starting to put in another tick down in the red zone this time. The underneath a weak and falling delta, that is usually a short. It's kind of a weird scenario with that big engulfing green candle though. But if you're just trading the cumulative delta, that is a short right there. So I guess I got to take it. Yeah, I am short. From 341.75. This time I'm sticking with 125 ticks. Which brings me right to the anchored VWAP from the 7 a.m. candle. The bulls might try to step in here on this little order block. So we'll have to be aware of that. On the lookout. Now that we tested it, I think I'm going to go ahead and just move my stop to break even. Come on, bears, push her down. Tick down under a falling delta is usually, like when it's right underneath like that, that's usually a pretty good trade. Can she do it? Looks like the bulls are trying to pull her back up. So far, that order block is holding. And we're starting to flash a higher low in the green zone. Still not really a long for me, but... So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Yep, I got stopped out. Another break even. So how far did that one run? Let's see. That one went 22 points, 22 and a quarter. Shorter target would have worked. Looks like I got the trifecta going on here. I got 3 wins, 3 losses, and 3 break evens. Making another attempt at this trend line. Delta still chopping. Your new strategy is to get in when I get stopped out, huh? Hey, that might work. Now, normally, if we get 3 chop boxes on the screen that are relatively close together consecutively like that, I will typically walk away. But what has me intrigued about this day is we still have a very defined trend line here. And if we could break out of that, we could start putting the moves in again. I never knew that you could do a Q&A or a poll here on YouTube. Let's test this out. Let's start a poll. See how this works. I just started a poll. Will we grind up or grind down? What do you guys think? Well, we're putting in a tick down in this red zone with a very weak delta, so that is a short. I'm going to have to go short on this one, I think. All right, I'm short. And it might try to stop me out, but that delta is weak. Short from 337. Still looking for 125 points. Or I'm sorry, ticks. We also got our fourth chop box on the delta. So we are still chopping. We got to be careful. But hey, if I just keep ending up with break evens, I don't mind that so much. Delta's still very thin. Could go either way. We're kind of walking on thin ice here. Still more biased to the downside by looking at delta slope. And the fact that we just keep rejecting off of that trend line. The bull's going to give it another shot here. Yeah, I would not recommend trading this price action. 4 chop boxes on the screen. We're working on another one here, potentially. Still trying to push down. Still pushing. Delta's still falling. Things are looking good at the moment. Oh, I didn't even notice this. We put in a delta squeeze short on the 5-minute at 10:15. So there's that. See how the delta's heading down, but it's positive? I don't like being in those situations. It's not looking great. I would prefer if the delta would stay negative if I'm in a short. Yeah, I'm probably going to get stopped out here. And that's why trading a thin spotty delta is not worth it. I just got stopped out. And we're starting to break that trend line. We did close above it. So if you can't beat them, might want to join them. All right, what's the poll saying? 67% down. Did everybody vote? Well, that wasn't any fun. I knew I was playing with fire there with 4 chop boxes on the screen. 5 actually now, if you count the last one. Those are probably some of the ugliest trading conditions you can try to trade. But hey, we had that delta squeeze on the 5-minute. Wasn't a great squeeze though, because the signal came down here near the midline. It's just a small little tick up, then tick down near the midline here. Would have been way better if it came up here and then tick down. But we didn't get that. So 5-minute right now is actually bearish. And look at that. We're falling back down. What is going on here? I was almost sure that after breaking that trend line, we'd start moving up. But you know what? These are sometimes the best opportunities to get in, because when it's like, when it looks like an obvious break like that, and then it turns around, you could stop out all the longs. This might start cruising to the downside. And again, we're ticking down from the red zone. It's kind of hard to argue with that. I think I'm going to go short here. I'm short again. This time better work. From 329.50. Where are we going here, market? Man, that's ugly, though. Look at that delta. Chop, 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 chop. Now, if this sucker stops me out, you gotta be kidding me. Is it really going back up there? You got to be kidding me. There you go. Push back down. This is ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Sticking with the plan, though. That is a short. It's a risky short since we're chopping so much, but it's a short. Oh, come on. Push her down there. There you go. Keep pushing. Push her down. Keep going. My daughter always tells me I have to baby talk the market. She likes when I baby talk the candles. She's 6. Yeah, after all this consolidation, if we flush here, I might not want to stick to 125 ticks. I might want to just let her rip. I think I'm actually going to pull it down here. Just in case we do get a flush here. Let's go. Let's flush it. Flush the toilet, JWaz. Let's go. We need someone on the toilet flusher and someone on the elevator down button. There's no way this thing's going to go back up. No way. I will be in disbelief if this goes back up. There we go. Starting to get a flush. Come on, baby. We just touched that anchored VWAP. Is that enough to hold it? I don't know. I don't think so. Not after a consolidation like that. You know what? I'm going to be safe, though, and move to break even because I just don't like this nasty delta that we've been experiencing. I did move my take profit all the way down here on this order block, so we'll see if I can get it. But yeah, it does kind of feel like all of this was just a bunch of accumulation for shorts. So that could give this a little bit of gasoline to get down here. Maybe even take out this low right here. But we got VWAP sitting here at 248.50. The question is, do I even set a static TP? Usually when it starts flowing like this, I regret it. Usually it's better to just exit on a cumulative delta signal. We're down to the 200 now. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to target the extreme. I'm going to target this low. $186.50. And then if I get an exit signal before then I'll just exit on that. We are ticking up on that in that lower power zone. Trying to bounce on the 200. Can she do it? I don't know. I have my doubts. I think we're at least going to hit VWAP. I could be wrong. But an exit for me is going to be a cross above a thin delta. Schroden going for VWAP. That's fairly conservative. That's probably a good choice. I still like going for the extreme case, and if I get it, cool. If I don't, then there's always a backup of using the cumulative delta. I usually have pretty good luck with that. And after all of that consolidation, that's got to add a little fuel to the fire. JWAZ, that 1 minute lower high tick down was in line with the 5-minute signal. Yes, it was. That was another thing that made me take that. We had that delta squeeze come in on there. Still trying to hold on this 200. Can it hold? My guess is no. But I could be wrong. Hey, the looks like the poll changed. Now we're only at 50% people going up versus down. Should probably end that poll. All right. 12 votes. Half and half. Sounds about right. Now, I don't want to turn this winner into a loser, so I am trailing my stop on this. Just in case it doesn't want to pop back up. Okay, so now that we played with the poll feature, let's see what the other one's like. It says start a Q&A. Say something. How does this Q&A work? Start a Q&A. Does anybody know how this works? Can you respond to my question? I can't see a chat anymore. Wait, there's questions and then there's live chat. Interesting. Looks like we went up to the 20 and rejected off of that. It almost hit my trailing stop, but not quite. All right, I'm going to end this Q&A since that's kind of weird. Back to the chat. Just so you know, my trailing stop is above this wick right here, so it almost got me. But Delta's still negative. It's still headed down. It still looks halfway decent. You know, the other thing you can do is just wait for exhaustion in the Delta. That way, if it does want to make another big move to the downside, you will probably catch that. I don't know. Bulls are fighting, though. They're still trying to push it up. Delta's tapering to a fine point now. Come on, Bears. What happened to the toilet flush? Still waiting. Ah, Schroed, you got stopped out. Hopefully in the profit. All right, she's starting to flash positive. So Bears have to do it now if they're going to do it. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Bears. Nice. Well, a winner is a winner, right? Now we're starting to get a little bit of a push. The delta is thickening back up. That's what we want to see. Now if we put in a delta squeeze here, that'll be my exit. But hopefully the signal will go back below a falling delta. And we'll continue pushing lower. I'm going to go ahead and move my trailing stop. So now my trail is here. Delta starting to turn back down a little bit. Just need to get over that or under that 200. Start making our way towards VWAP. Can you guys hear me? Is that better? How long has my sound been out? Hopefully I wasn't talking to myself. A while, huh? Did you guys hear me talk about reviewing the confirmation line? Or was all that just dead air? Did not hear that. All right, well, I guess I'll do it again. So I was just trying to review a little bit, and I was trying to show you guys that even in chop, this still worked out pretty good. So we had our delta cross to the downside underneath the confirmation line. So from that point, you should be bearish and looking for shorts. And there's a short opportunity here. There's another one in the red zone right here. Tick down under falling delta. There's one here. And another opportunity here. So it gave you lots of opportunities to get in. As long as that delta was weak and staying under the confirmation line. And as you could see, I took most of those. I did not take that first one right here. But I took this one, I took that one, took that one. This was a break even, that was a break even. This was a loss. But then the fourth one finally went. So that's typically how it goes. Like, it'll play tricks on your brain and make you think that maybe you shouldn't be doing that. But if you keep following the signal, it usually works out. However, this is like, I guess I'd call it more advanced trading because we have all of that chop in there. Usually you don't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chop boxes in a row. The playbook actually says to walk away if you see that. But it still worked out. But generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you want to trade in the direction of the confirmation line slope. If that slope is pointed down, you want to be looking for shorts. Oh my gosh, my mic was gone for 15 minutes? Holy cow. All right, we did put in a delta squeeze to the upside here. We do have a rising delta. Anytime you're in the situation though where you got a falling confirmation line and a rising delta, you are kind of those do go against each other there. So you should still be looking for shorts, but if you want to be more aggressive, take the long there too. As long as these are starting to converge near this lower power zone, it's usually the start of the reversal. And then once delta crosses the confirmation line, then that is confirmed. You should be looking for longs at that point. And the 5-minute is finally ticking up. So we'll see if it can close that way in the next minute here. You know, instead of looking at the hour, the 15, and the 5, I'm going to move the 15 to the 5. And then I'm going to move my 5-minute to the 3-minute. Just to see a little bit different of a perspective. Maybe I'll like that better. So this is actually the 5. Go ahead and call that 5-minute bearish. Even though we're ticking up from the bottom, so that could be the start of a bullish move, but technically we're bearish there. And on the 3-minute, I don't even think I have a template in here for the 3. So I'll just manually enter this as the 3-minute bearish. We'll see how that feels. So you got the 3, the 5, and 15 on the right. Let's go ahead and do that. We don't need the hourly right now. It's 15 bullish. Let's see. Yes, we are. And you know, for trading the 1-minute, that probably is more applicable anyways. I just like having more of a bird's eye view of what's happening on the hourly. Well, that VWAP bounce, looks like that's where it was at. Right on the money. And we got our delta squeeze here at 1101. Which would have been, if anybody took that, that's a long right here. Definitely would have got 31 points out of it. We have our confirmation line cross occurring with a very strong looking delta. Who was it that was trading the confirmation line crosses? Was that Stealth? So, Stealth, are you long? So yes, now that we've had that cross, I am bullish now. Looking for longs. Just got to get the timing right. Stealth fighter jet. We are sitting above the 50 now. Back to our anchored VWAP. Could get a rejection here. Well, hopefully after all that chop, maybe the market smooths out a little bit now. Gets a little bit back to normal, hopefully. Just put in a lower high from that upper power zone. It's a little bit of a risky trade once we cross that confirmation line, so I'm not taking it. Jason Richardson, I've never seen it normal, maybe one time. Yeah, you know, it does seem like every day the market puts in surprises. It's never the same. There are, thankfully, patterns that play out over and over again, which we try to take advantage of, but it's never the same. Trying to make our way up back to that anchored VWAP. The second anchored VWAP, that is. We're kind of right in between both anchors. And we got that trend line coming up that we're going to try to break again. Potentially. The bad day trader. Are you using session or weekly for the VWAPs? Well, I have 3 VWAPs on the screen. The blue one is just the standard VWAP. This thin orange one right here is anchored to the 7 a.m. central candle, which is this orange box here. The blue box is the London session. The orange box is New York. So it's not anchored from the New York Open. It's anchored from the 7 a.m. candle. And then we added a second anchored VWAP from this, the move down from the open right here. So we opened, kind of chopped sideways, put in a little bit of a broadening formation, pushed down, and we anchored it on that candle there from 838. I typically do not use a weekly VWAP. Schroden, no long setups yet, right? No, not really. I'm still waiting. I mean, you know, you could take like one of these higher lows in that upper power zone, but those are really risky because there's essentially zero pullback. So personally, I'm waiting for the signal to pull down here somewhere and tick up above a rising delta. Maybe even get the signal down here near the lower power zone and tick up. I would take that one as well. So just being patient. Jason Richardson, 200 on the one, sure flattened out. Yeah, it did. It's down here at 284. JWaz, this is a good turn down spot for head and shoulders pattern. Potentially, you might be onto something there. I haven't been looking for head and shoulders. Let's see. Yeah. You know what? This is typically what happens too. You got the big pump on the news and then you kind of go sideways. And then later on in the day, you end up right back down there. That would not surprise me. That would be an awesome move to the downside. We're starting to get some exhaustion in the delta now with a third tick down from that upper power zone. You know, if you do want to take that short, usually it is better to wait for exhaustion like this or to have it start to round over. So there is a potential short in there. But if you want to trade in the direction of the confirmation line, then you should still just be waiting. But yeah, I think JWAS might be onto something there. Could be Head and Shoulders brewing. Yeah, there's basically a giant gap to fill down here. And you know that the market loves to fill the gaps. It'll fill it eventually. I just went ahead and went short on the 8. Just because we got some exhaustion there in that delta. I might pay the price for it. We'll see. I'm in at 21,315. If we tick up and I'm underwater, I'm going to pull my, or that's going to be my out, so I'm going to pull the plug on that. If we get a tick up here, looks like we're flashing one. Yep, we ticked up, so I'm out. Small loss. It's like 5 1/4 on that one. And it drops right after that, of course. This is our 4th tick down from the upper power zone. Delta is exhausted, so might be an opportunity to jump back in a short. Still going against that confirmation line, but I don't know, might be worth it here. I just went short. So I'm back in at 308.50. Bull still trying to push it here. Again, it's one of those tricky broadening formations. You know, we're making higher highs and lower lows. That's always tricky. But as long as we could stay underneath that 8 SMA and that delta stays negative and we continue rounding over, I'm going to stay in. Still bearish on the 5 and the 3. Hopefully that gives us a little bit of gasoline to push this back down. But anytime you're trading against the confirmation line slope, you are in a riskier situation of it going against you. All right, I pulled the plug there because we closed above the 8. So it's 3 3/4 on that one. And we got our chop box back on the screen. The delta is chopping. It's thin ice. It's always risky when you're trading on thin ice. Schroden, the shaded green and red cloud around the cumulative delta is based off the slope of the confirmation line. Yes. Yes and no. It's kind of its own thing. If you go into the cumulative delta settings, where is it? Where's the trend cloud? Oh, right here. So here's your trend cloud. That checkbox. And for the trend length, I have it set to 2. So if I change my trend length, let's say I set it to 10, watch how the cloud changes. So see, now the cloud starts way over here. So it's not really based off the confirmation line. It's based off of this trend length. I just use a number 2. So we did, even though we're chopping here, we do have a rising delta, so we should be favoring any tick-ups from the green zone for a long. I tried going against that, and I paid the price for it a little bit. Small losses there, but this one right here is a long if you're following the confirmation line. I did not take it, but there's a long here at 11.27. So you would have been in right here. But you got a rising confirmation line and you got a rising delta. So even though the delta was chopping, you should still favor the tick-ups in the green zone in that scenario, if you want to be conservative. I was being more aggressive on those two, not conservative, so I would not recommend shorting those there. But if that would have played out, that could have been a really, potentially a really good trade had this been the right shoulder going into a potential head and shoulders move to the downside. So even though it was risky, it was a good risk to take, I think. Trade another day says NQ has an open point of control at 441. With break and hold above 330, it can go to the open point of control. All right. We will see. We are breaking this other trend line here. So if we do get a little bit of a long setup here, I would be interested in taking that and potentially targeting the high. Looks like this previous long setup would have been working out pretty nice. And we're back above that anchored VWAP, which is bullish. Jason Richardson got long. The close above 1 minute, 200 close above. Pull back to the 8. All right. I kind of wish I was long right now. I do got a limit order sitting in here at the at that prior entry. So at 323.25. See if I can get tapped in potentially on the retest of that trend line. I might have missed the boat though, we'll see. Schroden says the 3-minute would have kept out of all those false shorts while still capturing some nice moves in time. Let's check out the 3. Are you talking about for the upside move or the downside move? I don't really see a clear entry for a short here, so I would have missed all of that. I do see a nice long here right after the touch of the VWAP. This tick up from that lower power zone at 1054. That would have been a good long. It's like I might not get this retest. Delta still heading up really nice and strong. Looks like I was talking too much earlier. I should have been more focused on this long entry after I got stopped out. So I went ahead and canceled my order. Just going to wait, see if another long develops here. We did have a significant drop here. So do have to mark out this order block. Dry water. I suck at trading, but I really want to do it. What strat are you using? I am using the Cumulative Delta, and I wrote a playbook on it, which you can download. There's a link at the top of the screen. And if you memorize all of the setups in that playbook, you should be able to do pretty well. But trading at the same time is hard, so I'm not going to say it's easy. It's easier if you learn the setups and you actually follow the rules. I still find myself breaking the rules here and there, so it takes time to get really good at it. No worry, Schroden. It's still good to pop over to the 3-minute and see what's going on over there. Yeah, 5-minute signal is in that upper power zone. And if that delta stays under that confirmation line, that might be a good short there. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, dry water. Trading can definitely be very rewarding, but it can also drive you crazy if your psychology is not right. So it's not for everybody. Usually it takes years for people to get good at it. I have not ever met one person who has just picked it up and was able to be good right away. So there's that. But I can tell you that the playbook, that would certainly make it easier if you followed that. That's basically a bunch of rules that I put together over the last couple years of learning what works and what doesn't. So that can save you some time. Ouch. Yeah, I think as far as I know, like most of the successful traders that I know, they've all lost big in the beginning, including myself. It's almost like you have to go through that to put yourself in the right mindset, I guess. Yeah, I've been live every day pretty much since November. I'm still kind of new to the whole live thing. I try to go live every day unless I got something else going on, but yeah, usually every day at 8:15 a.m. Central Time. Speaking of me going live every day, if you guys could help me out and hit that like button, I would appreciate that. Still kind of new to the whole YouTube thing and don't really have a whole lot of subscribers yet. So that would definitely help. Hopefully you guys find value in what I'm sharing here. Sounds good, dry water. All right, Jason. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. You too. How is Bitcoin and crypto doing? Let's see. Well, it looks like we're pulling back a little on XRP2. What about Bitcoin? Just a little bit. Got a little bit of a potential bull flag developing here. Might be able to break through that order block. Not really a good entry setup yet. Well, Delta is positive. We do have this bull flag breakout. That is a potential long. I got a limit order sitting in here. See if I can get picked up. That entry is also in the playbook. I prefer when the candles are, or when the entry candles are down here though, next to the trend line instead of the big breakout candle. I don't like buying that one. Because if it's a failed breakout, you can lose pretty quick on it. So instead, I got my limit order near the 8. So hopefully get a little bit of a retest. And then if I lose small. And that's really what the game is about. It's more about learning how to lose than it is learning how to win, in my opinion. And just got picked up on that 8. At the same time, we're putting in a little bit of a delta squeeze here, so this might be a loser. 357.75 is where I'm in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a loss here. Oh, yeah. Again, it's that stupid broadening formation that gets me. Come on, pull back up. And I'm out. Lost 8.5 points on that one. But see, we got to tick down under the delta, and that is, you know, these bull flag breakouts. That's why I hate taking them, because it seems like this always happens. And then when I don't take them, they run. So, anyway. Smaller loss, 8.5 points. Not too bad. Okay, John, being patient also. Yes, that is definitely key. And Phantom Nexus is short. Well, we do have a negative delta that's rounding down, so shorts might be where it's at. I'm still not going short because we got a lot of space between this confirmation line and the delta. I prefer that space to get smaller and smaller as we get near that upper power zone. So I'm not ready for a short yet. What is the delta? The delta are these little, here. All of these are called the delta candles. When they're white, you have more aggressive buyers. And when it turns orange, you have more aggressive sellers than buyers. And this moving average down here is a moving average of the buying and selling pressure. So if the moving average is pointed up, you're generally speaking, you're looking for longs. If it's pointed down like it was earlier back here, then you're typically looking for shorts. And it's usually best to long in the green zone and best to short in the red zone. So as long as the overall moving average is pointed up, I'm still looking for longs. So if we can get this signal line to pull down somewhere down here near that lower power zone, and if it ticks up, then I will probably be taking a long. Hopefully that helps. Anyway, it's all explained in the playbook. And the playbook is, you can download it. There's a link at the top of the screen. And there's a bunch of entry setups in there, as well as a bunch of exit setups and a bunch of other info. The cumulative delta is my bread and butter. That is my main indicator. I still have VWAP and other things on my screen, but those are secondary to this. If I could just have one indicator and one indicator only, it would be the cumulative delta for sure. By the way, I just noticed this. So if you look at the 5-minute and the 3-minute, we actually have a short setup there. So we have our confirmation line pointed down, and we had this signal pull down and then pull back up and tick down right there. That is a short, and that is one of my favorite setups actually, but it's on the 5, so now we have to find a corresponding entry on the 1. We do have a falling delta on the 1, so we do have that going for the bears, but we're fighting the confirmation line, so we got to get the confirmation line to roll over. Yeah, Schroden, good point. I got a couple of backtest videos on the channel where I kind of go through things really fast, and I actually do that. I try to do that at least once or twice a week just to kind of keep my mind sharp, looking for the setups. I don't record them all, but I do that usually on the weekends on my off time. But I should probably start recording more of those because I think it would help you guys to see that. All right, we did just get a tick up from the green zone, which is, it is a long. It goes against the 5-minute in the 3 though. So if you're trying to trade in full time frame continuity with the higher time frames, then you'd still be waiting for a short here, but there could be a decent long in here. I didn't take it. I think I'm still going to wait for the short. But yes, on the 3, this tick down right there is a short that occurred at 11:45. And on the 5-minute, this is a short which occurred at 11:40. Wait, I'm sorry. This is the 3-minute. This is the 5. I got those backwards. Here, let me change this. Wait a second. I'm confused. No, that's right. That's the 5. This is the 3. So, yeah, 11:50 is when the 5-minute ticked down. That's the short signal. On the 3, it was 11:42. 11:42, 11:45, somewhere in there. Still pushing down. We're getting a tick down here. I typically do not take these in the green zone with the positive slope on the confirmation line, so I'm not going to short that. It still might work out, but it's risky. Instead, I'm going to hit the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. What'd I miss? So many alerts as soon as he leaves. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's my bots. They're all kicking into gear. Well, that's a good example of why I don't short that tick down from the green zone. On the 1 minute, that's a long right there. With the delta tapering down to positive. So it's still kind of going against the 5 and the 3. Be nice if you could get all three of those to agree with each other. But if you're just trading the 1, that's a long. Here, we'll simulate this one and see if we can get our 125 ticks out of it. All right. Cameron Campbell, good morning. Looks like she's still heading up. Delta turned around. Positive again. We're also ticking up on the 5 and 3. So the bears might be in trouble. Yep, we're starting to get more strength back in that delta now. The aggressive buyers are stepping back in. Those delta candles are getting fat. Well, maybe not. I wouldn't call them fat yet. They're getting thicker. Let's see if I can hitch a ride here. I got a limit order sitting in there. The delta's heading up nicely, so hopefully I can get pulled in on a wick. My limit order is right above the 20. Basically the same entry as what we see on the screen here. So if we can get one little retest of that. If it closes below it, I'm going to pull the plug. If I get picked up. And I just got picked up. And whew, looks like it almost closed below. Actually, it did close below, but I'm still in. So I'm in from 348. Is that where we're at here? No, it's right here. But we did close below. So the fact that we closed below, I think I'm going to move my stop to break even here pretty quick. Because normally I don't like to see it do that. Yeah, I'm at break even. And it just took me out. So get rid of that one. Another break even for the stats. So we did get a close or a tick down below the delta. It's not a falling delta, it's a rising delta, so it's could be the start of a potential short if we can get the delta to round back over. And if we put a tick down on the 3-minute under a weak delta, the shorts might be looking better. So if you wanted to front run that a little bit, you can use the 8 as a potential entry if you're trying to go short there. I'm going to give it a shot just because that delta's so weak. It's got a limit order sitting on the 8. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that now. If I'm going to get picked up on the 8, I like to get picked up within a candle or two. If it starts to get beyond that, it's taking too long. And also because you know, we're still more bullish than we are bearish on this 1 minute. So I'm just going to be patient and wait for more of a proper short setup. On the 3 minute, we did lock that in though. So at 12:09, that is a short on the 3. We're still waiting for the 5 to catch up. And we do have that thin, spotty delta, which is chop. It's like walking on thin ice. As the playbook says, you should probably just walk away when you start to see those chop boxes. Bulls are still trying to push it up. We still got our positive slope on the confirmation line and the delta. So longs are currently where it's at here. So it looks like it's going to try to break through this order block here. Still don't have a clean entry, so I'm still just waiting. The bull's going to get it here. Looks like we're starting to break. Well, the delta's looking stronger and stronger as it creeps up here. Still not a very clean entry anywhere for me, so I mean, you can always just jump right in, but when I do that, I usually get run over. And on the 3-minute, looks like we did put in a higher low on the signal. Delta is above the confirmation line now, so I should go ahead and flip that to bullish. Again, that's the 3. And on the 5, confirmation line, or the delta's above confirmation line there, so I'll go ahead and flip that one to bullish. Now we are in full bull mode all across the board. I know, Jay Waz, it kind of makes me want to go get lunch. There's not a whole heck of a lot going on. But you know what happens when I get off the stream? And then she'll start flying. All right. Starting to get above this 15-minute order block from way back. We are getting a tick up in that upper power zone. I'm kind of tempted to take that long. But usually when I start feeling that way, it's like I'm forcing trades, and that's never good. It's not really a good long setup, but yeah. It's not great. Could work. It's just not a great setup. We'll see if the market turns on here at 12:30. Got about 5 minutes. We got the delta right up against the ceiling now. You know, I would have thought that once we broke this trend line, it was going to move up a lot quicker than it has been. I thought we would move up relatively quickly and take that high, but it's taking its sweet old time. Looks like that tick up I was thinking about taking would have worked. That entry would have been right here. Whew. I didn't realize this, but the ATR has really come down. It's only at a 31 right now. Price just isn't really doing much of anything. Well, we have 12:30 kicking in here in 20 seconds, and the market looks like it might finally start going here. Cameron Campbell, that's okay. Some days are like that. Yep, some days are like that, but I would almost rather be doing something else when they're like that. It's a lot more fun when you can make your money in a shorter period of time. Yeah, so far this is the best move we've seen in a while. Everyone must be back from lunch. Schroden wasn't really an official entry setup though, right? It wasn't a great one. I mean, it's an entry setup, but I mean, you have a rising delta that's in the power zone. If you are convinced that you're in a sustained uptrend, pretty much you could take any tick up. It doesn't have to come down to the green zone. You could take them in the red zone, preferably not in the power zone. This one was in the power zone. That's why I was like, I don't know. Still ended up would have, it would have worked, but you definitely want to have a consistently rising delta if you're going to take that. In this case, that was the case. It wasn't orange, it wasn't rolling over. So, yeah, not a great entry, but the other way to look at that is if you look at this as a bull flag. If you have a downward sloping trend line or somewhat of a downward sloping trend line, you got a pole on there, then as long as you have a positive delta, you can take any tick up. So that's in the playbook. So if you look, if that's what you saw here, you got the pole, you got your consolidation, your downward sloping trend line, and your tick up with the positive delta, you can take that. So from a bull flag breakout perspective, that one worked. The last time I tried that was over here and I got ran over. That's why I don't like those. Yeah, you know, if you're in a really strong uptrend, the bull flag breakouts, um, they work really nice if you're in a strong uptrend. But if the trend isn't very strong, then I don't know. A lot of them can be failures. Looks like that one is kind of piddling out here. And we finally have the delta rolling over. Could this be the start of a downtrend? Let's look at the 5-minute. See if we have an order block here. We do have one right here. Didn't quite make it there. The delta and confirmation line are starting to squeeze. They're starting to converge together, so shorts could be right around the corner. Schroeder, remind me, how many MNQ do you like to trade at a time? It depends, but usually I'm in the 3 to 5 contracts. Usually I'm on the lower end of that if I've already made good money for the day. Well, I like to size down a bit. Yeah, I kind of think that's the sweet spot, personally. Somewhere in the 3 to 5. Sometimes I trade 6. Rodent, ever try different TP levels and or scaling in? I tried a bunch of ways, but found I came out ahead just entering and exiting at full position size. I've had the same experience. I typically I'm more of an all in, all out kind of guy, but lately I've been thinking about maybe exploring more like scaling out scenarios, but I don't typically do that. And every time I try, my numbers they're better if I'm just all in, all out. So it also simplifies things that way. If you're scaling in and out, you're kind of juggling a lot, in my mind. I like to keep things more on the simple side. We did have that confirmation line cross. So at that point, I am now bearish. I totally agree, Schroden. Leaving a runner sounds like a good idea in concept, but I've never had it actually result in better numbers for myself. You know, and especially when you're using the cumulative delta as your exits, because, you know, if those delta candles are getting really big and fat and you take the majority off the table, like right off the bat, when it's clearly going to keep running, it just doesn't usually work out in my favor, at least. Your mileage may vary. You know, yesterday was a good example of that. With that short at the end of the stream yesterday, I got out way too early when it clearly was going to keep going. But without the cumulative delta, you wouldn't really know that. So I could see, like with other strategies, scaling out might make more sense, but I feel like you have a little bit more insight into what's happening behind the scenes when you're using the C delta. So what would be really cool here is if the price could shoot up to that 5-minute order block, give that a kiss, and then get a tick down underneath the delta with some bearish divergence. And if the delta is weak at that point and still under the confirmation line, I would be interested in a short there. All right, Schroden, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. 5 keeps changing its mind. Yeah, JWAS. You know, that delta's just kind of hanging out there in that upper power zone. It's flashing a tick up above a rising delta there, so I don't know. As far as the 1 goes, I'm still bearish. So we could trigger a short setup on the 5 with the 1. But we'll see. What I see today is CPI slightly higher than expected, so that encourages rate cuts, which is why the market popped. Also, 10-year bond yield fell today. Looks like Bitcoin is making another little move here. It's at 99,300. All right, we're starting to put in a tick down from that red zone. I think I'm going to go ahead and take this one short. And I am short. Short from 378. I was kind of hoping that we would go up there and touch that order block first, but sometimes you just got to jump in head first when you get the other signal. Got a little bit of a choppy delta here on the 1, so got to be careful. Main thing is the delta's weak. That's what we want to take advantage of, is a weak delta. On the 3-minute, it's starting to flash a little bit of a delta squeeze there. So if we can get the 3-minute to fall in line and then the 5-minute would follow after that, this could be a significant move to the downside, potentially. Unless, of course, it wants to keep grinding up here. We're already putting in a higher low on the signal in the green zone. So if that's going to close that way, I'm going to pull the plug. So hopefully the bears can push her back down. Come on, bears. Push her down. Looking a little better. Bull's trying to step it back up. We are ticking up from the green zone with that higher low, so gotta exit if we close this way. And I'm out. Small loss. Looks like I lost 2.5 points. Now just wait for it to set up again. So maybe this time it goes up and hits that order block. And then we get a new setup. Or if it puts in a lower high right here on the signal, then I'll go short again. Remember, the closer that the signal gets to that upper power zone, the better for a short. This last one wasn't all that great, but Delta was weak, so still had to take it. Starting to flash a tick down. It's kind of hard to see because the delta is like right there. It's closer to that upper power zone, so I think I'm going to give this another try. If we get it. We didn't get it there, so still waiting. And it does look like the delta is starting to cross back above the confirmation line, so if that happens, that kind of invalidates that. We're like right there on the edge. Not sure whether to take that or not. I'll go ahead and give it a shot. All right, I'm short again. From 383. Well, the bulls are still fighting here. Still got that thin, spotty delta. And we're ticking up. Barely touched the green zone on this 1 o'clock candle here, the hourly turnover. So if this doesn't push back down, I'm just going to call it. All right, guys, I just pulled it there. 386.25 is where I'm out. Ended up losing 3 1/4 on that one. $123.75. That's where I'm going to end the day today. It's just, I'm not a big fan of this grindy price action. I would rather go eat lunch, get some other work done, and be back tomorrow. So if you guys haven't done so, give the video a like or thumbs up. Subscribe if you're new here. And we'll be back tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. Central Time. And if you stick around, you can listen to our Cumulative Delta song, which is, I don't know if it's getting too played out. You guys are going to have to let me know. Should we change it up? Should we make a new song? Is this one still good? Let me know in the chat. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta's skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hope and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that log is goes on my happy Delta. Skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.